And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the MEA Daytona 500 qualifying, as we are about 2 hours away until the race comes today. But we're going to get some qualifying in. 36 drivers registered for this great event here on this Saturday afternoon. I'm SSR Mayhem, and thank you for joining in as we get ready for a lot of trial and error. Who will get in? Who will be left out, and who will be today's MEA Daytona 500 champion? I am so looking forward to this as we get ready for the first group of qualifiers, and we're just waiting to get these drivers in here. We just lost one of them. That was Rebel Scum, as I believe a little bit of a disconnect issue there, but we are back at it here at Daytona International Speedway. This should be a good one. The most driver sign-ups in the 4-year history of this event. It tells you a little something about how exciting this race is, and not only that, the drivers that come with it and what it means to them to be a first-timer in the MEA Daytona 500. So we are getting everybody in here. We're going to try to get Rebel back into the race lobby, and let's see if we can get Rebel back on the track here. We got some of the MEA officials in the lobby, so we know that I don't have to do this all alone today, as I never really have to do it alone. But we're going to get all these drivers in here, and let's try to get Rebel back in here. But we are actually going to get underway. Now let's just make sure that the race setup is correct. Fuel and tires for qualifying and the race itself. Collision mode off. There's a 10% handicap for the field today, so they will not be at 100% power. They're going to be a little bit on the slower side. This is going to try to open up these drivers to be able to run in a pack together. We've gotten a lot of feedback over the last 2 years especially, and we're going to try something new this year with the power handicap. Hopefully those drivers will be able to adapt, but it looks like we got the first 17 drivers in the race lobby ready to do qualifying, and we should be ready to go as everybody's got the tune on, got everything locked in and ready to go. And let's send them loose for the first qualifying session to be underway. It's going to be a long day for me. Probably about a 6-hour, 7-hour run here. But we are looking forward to it nonetheless, as we are riding with AMS Tsunami. So the first 16 cars on the racetrack, 17 cars. AMS Tsunami we're riding on board with. First timer here in the Daytona 500, trying to make his mark with the rest of these drivers. And so they're going to run that high groove, at least a majority of the field probably will throughout today's qualifying. One of the drivers dips down into the infield, not sure who that was. For some of these drivers, they're on their opening lap. For others, they are still running the outside line, trying to get more momentum. Some of them believe that you got to go around twice before getting that special lap in. Let's pull up the loop to being time, and we'll bring on the race map to try to get the fastest driver with the best lap so far on the opening run. It's going to be 52.213 by LMP Amoeba. And this is where you're going to see that high line dip down. You see all three of them dip down, and the first fastest lap so far set by JDMX Culture. But there's a few more drivers in the back of the field here. And so far, it is JDMX Culture who's going to lead the opening lap in qualifying. Looks like Kart Racer's the second fastest. Lap number 2 comes around. LMP Ranger steals it for a moment. And USA MVP, he took another spot away from these drivers. Now you're seeing some of the drivers back up to the outside. The rotation in qualifying is you want to start up high and then you want to come down low and run the apron. Right now, you're going to see a little flip-flopping from some of these drivers. We'll take the map off for a moment here as they're nearing the halfway point in qualifying. Three drivers had already taken qualifying early today. Those drivers, Ruben Stonks, 39.23, MFT Wazowski, and RZX Nix. And in that group, it was Stonks with the fastest time of a 45.635. Right now, the fastest time is still set by LMP Ranger with a 45.594. And all these drivers trying to make the show today, ladies and gentlemen. They have not advanced. 36 cars in the signups. Only 22 will make the race. Still ride with the Ranger here. Ranger still leading the fastest of the fast out there right now. SSR Quinn in that top 5, you know, he's a regular here. He's had opportunities to win the Daytona 500 in the past. Nothing has changed yet, at least from the top of the charts perspective. JJ Reds is now cracked into the top 5 in qualifying, running a new scheme this season, or this year I should say. Out there all by his lonesome. An MVP, one of the drivers that would love to get this thing done here today. And the 95 Pro Core. One of the hardest races to get in. Every little ounce of this track, every little bit. You got to give your all. You got to make it count. You got to be smooth. And you don't want to make any sort of mistakes here. Looks like MVP is going to go around one more time on the outside line. kart racer smacked the outside wall just a tad bit, it sounded like there. And so these guys that are on the outside now, they're going to have to take the bottom twice after this time, or they're not going to have a chance in the final lap. They're going to need to dive down, get focused, get set. But we have a new fastest time, and it's set by the same driver, LMP Ranger, with a 45.583. When we talk about Ranger, not a lot too often, but Ranger is the guy that tends to do really good at these racetracks, has really good qualifying, but during the race, somewhere, somehow, he gets lost in the midst of the battle. So he's going to have to really put on a great performance today, because there's a trend for Ranger, and I'm sure he knows about it, and he wants to do everything to avoid, any issues of having that happen again today as they come around for the final time. White flag in the air for, I think, just about everybody. And everybody that came through the line could not outdo Ranger. Ranger's leading us to possibly pole here, with plenty of drivers still to come. Once again, this is the first session of qualifying. Many drivers still needing to take the stage. And for the final time around the tri-oval, who's got it? And LMP Ranger out of the first group will take the pole position with a 45.583. And that group is now completed. First qualifying in the books. I believe there's one more driver still moseying around. Maybe I'm wrong. I think there was one driver that didn't go around the first. Yeah, it was RZX Cam. Cam's making his way on around. That's not who I wanted. I wanted Cam. There it is. And there we have it. The first group of drivers have completed qualifying. So we are just getting the times up. So we will be asking the drivers that have qualified to exit the race lobby at this time. And there's the list of drivers that have just went. We'll need Sparky Motors, Culture, Riddle You to all leave the lobby. right. And now we prepare to get the rest of the lobby here. So we are just going to confirm drivers that have been in, haven't been in. And yeah, it's a good time. So we're going to pull up those qualifying times while we wait for more of the drivers to make their way in. Okay. So, just so everybody understands, we got to get these particular drivers marked off so we know who had qualified, who hadn't qualified. There was 17 on the track. So 20 drivers already have completed qualifying today. So far, Sparky Motors, JDMX Culture, AMS Tsunami, King Cameron, Samuel. We're just making sure that we have all the drivers marked off that had qualified. We don't want to let anybody have the chance to re-qualify. A good portion of them already completed. So we'll get a minute here. We're going to start inviting more drivers again. The likes of LCR F1 Ben being one of those drivers. Dalton Dalton I. We got to try to get him in here. ESV Bobberts, a former champion in the Daytona 500. Fan 24. We know a little bit about his rookie appearance today. VNT Rosenquist. Someone named O. That's BOP, I think. Is that what you say his name? Oh, that's a BOP. Yeah. UDP Ruby. And Ruby is on. Trying to get Ruby in here. We have all these green check marks next to everyone's name. We got Blessed in here. We need Leafy and Ty. And I know that these two were very amped about getting in today. We see that Leafy is online, but through the Xbox app, so we'll just send Leafy a message here from the MEA group to let them know, time is of the essence. Once qualifying reaches the top of the hour, there will not be an opportunity for some of these drivers to make today's race. Being that we're only taking so many, you won't be able to get in if you don't qualify, and we're trying to give all these drivers an opportunity to do that. And SSR Brian, a newcomer as well, trying to make his first time appearance not only in MEA, but in the MEA Daytona 500. And we will try to get Brian in here. He went through some personal life events not too long ago, so thoughts and prayers to him. And did Rewar already qualify? I don't know. We'll check here real quick. It has not. So we still need Rewar. Some of these drivers came off of last night's MEA Rallycross Nationals and the Big Four Championship Series, which both first rounds, I should say, began last night. And they were definitely not a disappointment. Both of them were very entertaining. Those are Friday nights at 4 p.m. Eastern. The Rallycross Nationals and 6 p.m. for the Big Four Championship. But it's today is what matters. The MEA Daytona 500. Rebel Scum is in here. Larry B. the G is also signed up. We need to get them in here as well. Takes forever for things to load, but we'll let it go. Xbox things. All right, and then also is Janesy, and that's also a late sign up from last night. We're just trying to get him in here as well. So we got some of the drivers coming in now. So we give everyone an invite. We're going to start this next session here in a moment. I believe ESB Bobberts is warming up as well. Now, out of the last 3 years, TGM, which no longer exists as a race team, was the first team to get a driver to win the MEA Daytona 500. That was TGM Mod Racer. In the second annual event was a barn burner, as ESV Bobberts would get his first ever Daytona 500 and his only oval win. He's never won in his 4 championships in the MEA NASCAR Cup Series, has never won an oval race other than the MEA Daytona 500. And then last year was a surprise winner And he just got done qualifying, looking to defend his championship. Would be RZX JJ Reds after a late caution between Sparky Motors and Miss Katy Cat last year. That opened up the doors for RZX JJ Reds and Bobberts to go head-to-head, but what they didn't realize is Grab My Pickle, which is the driver's gamer tag, would be between them, and they had not been able to pass. Pickle was basically playing defense, holding off Bobberts, and he had pushed JJ into the winner's circle, and JJ would not only win his first MEA event ever, but also his first MEA Daytona 500 title. And this is the 4th annual MEA Daytona 500, as well as later this year you'll see the Indianapolis 500 as well. Neither of these events have ever seen 2-time winners in it, nor back-to-back winners. JJ is going for history to do both of those things here tonight. So we are waiting, and we're going to get going here as we're going to get these 4 drivers underway for their qualifying session. So far, the fastest time was set by LMP Ranger with a 45. And let me just double check here. Make sure that I have... Yep, a 45.583 is the time to beat for the pole. 45.583. LMP Ranger has pole so far. 4 drivers back on the racetrack, and here we go for another run at greatness. Who can do it? I'm not sure. These are all pretty fresh drivers. VNT Rosenquist, however, they've been here many times before in the NASCAR Cup Series here at MEA. Dalton as well, but Dalton hasn't ran the full-time schedule, so Dalton's pretty much fresh here as well. Rebel Scum and Blessed, first-timers here, as we are on board with Rebel Scum for the opening laps. And let's get to it. 4 drivers looking to punch their way into the MEA Daytona 500. Right now, 20 drivers have already put down the qualifying times, and we're going to be over the exceeded limit here as we are back at it for lap number 1. Justin Diamond Man 2014 and Rock Morrow will be pulling their cars from the event today. Both drivers could not make the show, so that's 2 less drivers able to contend today. Now, after the opening laps, Rosenquist had put down the fastest opening time of a 54.916. And here we go, 45. Whoa, some big times opening up the laps here, as Rebel Scum puts down a 45.708. Still not the fastest, but they all went at it very briefly here. 2/10 off of the fastest time right now on the racetrack. These guys might have something here to open up and do well. Let's see what they can do on the second go-around now. Rebel Scum currently leads this group. Pull up the lap times on the ticker. RZX Blessed on that last lap took the outside line. Now it's dropped down to the inside of the apron. Gonna try to make something happen here. 45.675 by Rebel Scum. Bettered his time. Still got some work to do. For those that don't know, these drivers are driving on a 10% handicap today. The first time ever in MEA to do that in any of its events and or series. So today is a test basically of one of our biggest races of the year and to see how this performs. But from a lot of the feedback from other competitors, other leagues, it works, and we are going to try and see if it does some good. As Rebel Scum puts down another 6. 45.657. No, 4-7. I apologize. My my overlay is on, and my name covers one spot on the on the screen here. But Rebel Scum so far is the fastest car in qualifying. Number 2 here. RZX Blessed right in front of him, and a lot of people love this little Disney paint scheme here. Bringing in some Walt Disney. Rebel Scum still the fastest on track. He put down a 6.59 that time. Which one of these drivers will try to punch their way in? Now, if people are wondering, do I know the cutoff time? I do not. That hasn't been put in here, but this stream is going all day, so this is a long stream today from qualifying till the end of the race. During the next hour and a half, we'll be figuring out the qualifying times for everybody here. Still LMP Ranger with the fastest time on track. Blessed now hits the 6s. 3 laps to go. Can anybody throw a surprise time so far? Rebel Scum with the fastest time in this group of a 45.647. The fastest time overall set by LMP Ranger with a 45.583. Oop, did we lose one? Don't tell me the whole lobby collapsed. Alright, it did not. RZX Blessed had lagged out of his final 2 laps of qualifying. He will not get those laps back. The rule of the MEA NASCAR qualifying procedures, rules and regulations is once a driver completes the 5th of 11 laps, that means lap 6 has been started, then no driver can get their time back. Which means the time that he had set is the time that he will have to take for the qualifying session. So Bless was way over the lap that he had to meet and will not get the final 2 laps back. So unfortunate for Blessed, but it's just kind of one of those things that can't adjust the rules for anybody. So tough break for Blessed. Hopefully that connection thing gets fanned out. As we're riding along with Rosenquist here, as they are trying to put down a quick time to make the show. Haven't seen a lot of speed out of Rosenquist just yet. Better lap there for Rosenquist. Final lap, 1 to go. And I can tell you right now, Dalton definitely did not hit that marker. Let's hop on with Dalton since we got all 4 of them in here. Coming around for the final time. Can anybody best each other's time here. And then they do not. So the fastest time from this group was set by Rebel Scum with a 45.647. Not a bad time. Not a bad time at all. Some of the drivers concerned that their time wasn't good enough in that first session. But I would say a 0.6 is pretty solid given what it may be. Again, LMP Ranger, fastest time in qualifying so far. Over 20 of the drivers already, about 25 drivers have already set their qualifying time. So we're gonna mark these drivers off here. And that was Rebel Scum being the fastest of his group. Unfortunately for RZX Blessed, lagged out. So we have 24 drivers already completed. So we're gonna try to get the next group of drivers in here. And we're just waiting to get a few more. We just got word, just got word that, oh, that's a BOP. It's not going to be able to make today's Daytona 500. So that's another driver out. That's the third driver not able to make it. Just trying to give everyone a chance to get in here, so just bear with us for a moment. So let's try to get everybody in. And we just got word that Leafy is on his way home. So we're about to begin the next qualifying session of drivers. Will be Fan, Bobberts, and Ben so far. We're going to try to get the other ones in here. We are still not getting a response from Ruby. Not sure what the issue is there. I actually have a few drivers not here yet, but that's okay. We're working on them. Send them all invites. And if you're just tuning in, this is qualifying for the MEA Daytona 500. The 500 begins in just over an hour and 15 minutes from now. So we are in the middle of our ending stages of qualifying. And then you're going to stay tuned as we go for the next who knows how long, trying to get all the times aligned. But we are going to get this trio going here. So we're going to send these three loose for qualifying. Still the fastest time on track is LMP Ranger with a 45.583. 45.583 is the time to beat right now. Fan being pretty much the rookie of this group. I don't think we need that for this right now. But here is your second, or I should say your 2021 Daytona 500 champion, ESV Bobberts, looking to also go for his second ever Daytona 500. LCR F1 Ben, a Indianapolis MEA 500 winner, an Indy 500 winner here at MEA. And here we go. So at the opening lap here, Ben showing us a little bit about the race car. Bobberts is going to stay to the high side one more time, so this won't be the lap he wants. And with the first lap, Bobberts runs a 45.627. Ben will take second. Third fastest will be Fan, with both of them around the low 46s. .45.627 for Bobberts. Ben ran a 45.643 and a 45.710 for Fan that time. So we will have at least one more qualifying session. So at this point, all the drivers have reached the mark where we will not let them qualify again for disconnect. And Van's been pretty much running that low line. Ben is on the way. Three drivers trying to get their way in right now. Pretty sure they all three have done that already, based on what I have seen. Bobberts. Bobberts bettered his time, but only by 1,000. So he went from a 45.627 to a 45.626. So Bobberts really putting down those big old laps. And then we got Fan, first timer ever in MEA, first time here in the MEA Daytona 500, trying to qualify his way in. So I'm pretty sure Forza gave me a glitch on Bobbert's name. Whoa, if we lose a guy. We did. LCR F1 Ben. Disconnect, so Ben's run is done. Bobberts, Fan. 45.613 for ESV Bobberts, 45.694 for Fan. They're both putting the jets on now. Last time to go around the outside of this fantastic spectacular track called Daytona International Speedway, the Tri-Oval. both of these drivers looking to not only punch their way in, but to take the top time away from LMP Ranger, which is a 45.583. Once again, a 45.583. Fastest time, white flag, the last time for these two to get their time in. Who's gonna seal the deal? And who's it gonna be? Can Bobberts get a special lap here? Or is Fan gonna do the same? Come across the line and... no! Ranger survives. Fastest in qualifying. One qualifying session to go. So Bobberts makes the show, no problem, but doesn't get the top time. So one more qualifying session to go. So let's try to get the invites in here for these following drivers. UDP Ruby, who is showing online, but I'm not getting any sort of confirmation. Rewar 477. Larry B. the G. SSR Brian. Ty. What's Ty's thing here? Ty 5731. Leafy 7738, who did let us know that he was making his way home, so we do know that he's planning to be here. Ruby, she's not showing up, it seems. Oh, that's a BOP. Not gonna make it today. So yeah, those are the final drivers that we are waiting on. So we're going to give those drivers a chance to get in, and hopefully they can try to set their fastest times for what's going to be a long race today. But it's going to be a good one nonetheless, so we are waiting to see if they can get in here. We'll give them a little bit of an opportunity to try to get in, but if they don't get in within a decent time from the top of the hour, we will have to call the remainder of today's qualifying. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to take a brief moment here to give Leafy and Brian a chance to qualify. They did inform us before the end of the hour, so we will honor that for them. Just not, we just don't want it to be overly done, if that makes sense. I will be back soon, and just stay tuned. We're going to get one more qualifying session in, and we'll get things underway here. And then we'll get the times all squared up, and we'll let you guys all know within this hour who made the show and who didn't. And we're going to have a fun 500 event for the 4th annual MEA race here at Daytona International Speedway. So stay tuned. And once again, if you're staying with us here for the final qualifying session of the MEA NASCAR Daytona 500 here at Daytona International Speedway, we were just waiting for 2 drivers. We're still giving everybody an opportunity because this is going to be the final qualifying session. In the meantime, one of the MEA staff members is already putting together the qualifying times to find out who's in and who goes home for the MEA Daytona 500. So once again, just stay tuned. We got one more qualifying session coming up next, and then in about an hour from now, we'll begin the actual race where 22 drivers are going to try to mark their name here at MEA and look to try to be a first-time champion, as a couple of the others like ESV Bobbers and RZX JJ Reds will look to go for their second championship. And if you're JJ Reds, you're going to go for back-to-back titles. So it's going to be a good one here today. We know both of those drivers have pretty much already made the show, at least from my understanding, I believe they had. So it's going to be exciting to see if they can pull off history here today. But plenty to come. Stay tuned, and I'll be right back here in the MEA Daytona 500 qualifying at Daytona International Speedway. So it shouldn't be much longer here, ladies and gentlemen, as I believe they are coming into the race lobby as we speak. At least that's my understanding. And so Brian is making his way in now. So we got one of the drivers. We know that Leafy was booting up his system. So no more qualifying sessions after. So all the drivers that have not entered, this is their last opportunity. A lot of them have not reached back to us, and that unfortunately is their own doing. So we wish everybody would make their qualifying, but it is what it is. So again, stay tuned. We're about to commence the final session here, and then again, the race. Okay, so we're trying to get Brian squared off here. So just give us. Okay, and so with that being said, he has to go get the correct car. So he's going to go get his Chevy KBB and probably slap his paint on real quick. But SSR Brian, the final of all the qualifiers today, trying to punch his ticket into the first time for him ever in the MEA Daytona 500. Very intense moment. Already over 22 cars have set their fastest times. And right now, Brian is going to try to be one of those 22 drivers that get to be in parts of today's race and not end up packing up and going home. So we're looking forward to see what Brian can do. I know there's a lot of you watching that are drivers, some as fans. But for the drivers that are watching, I know it's an intense moment for you guys. And right now, the field is just waiting to see who's in and who's out. Final qualifying, and then after qualifying, 45 minutes from now, is the start time of the MEA Daytona 500 here at Daytona International Speedway. We're going to have 22 cars on the racetrack, 200 laps of racing, a lot of beating, a lot of banging, a lot of frustration, as this is one of the most difficult races to win in all of NASCAR's premier series and events, and also one of the toughest things to do in Forza, because as some don't know and some that do know, the physics of Forza does not match real life physics. So it becomes more of a challenge to pass, harder to go too wide, and it's just hard to keep a steady hand and a steady wheel. So it's going to be fun to watch here today. A lot of new faces as well that entered this event for the 4th time in its 4-year history here at MEA. But we are looking forward to another great event. So once Brian gets himself squared off, we will get him done. And then for those drivers that do make the show, you'll be finding out very, very soon. Bobberts is already in the works of lining up all the times. And then once we complete Brian's time, we will then put him where he belongs. And then we will see who was cut off and who goes home. And there it is. Beautiful Mobil 1 number 3 Chevy KBB. So again, the rules are for qualifying, Brian has 10 laps to set his fastest clean time in qualifying. Once he completes lap 5, no more laps will be given back to him if his car disconnects from qualifying, which means he would then take his current time from the session. I'm not racing in this. Bobbers, go ahead if you can hear me and spectate again for me one more time. And there we go. So SSR Brian, ladies and gentlemen, going to try to make his first ever MEA Daytona 500. Some people wonder, why don't you run 2 separate lobbies? Because it gives you something to work for, it's hard to get into, and it's something to be proud of and something to be a spectacle of. So here we go, Brian with his opening lap here. And that is one of the nicest paint schemes I think we've seen on track today. There's a lot of great paints out there. Obviously, Bobberts brought back his number 8 Rowdy Energy scheme from the NASCAR Cup Series earlier this year. We saw an old school Terry Labonte paint scheme from AMS Tsunami. Can't forget about the likes of LMP Ranger, RZX JJ Reds coming in with that all white 54 Toyota. What you're gonna see here is Brian, he's gonna try to run that bottom line as smooth as he can, but also he's going to try to gain momentum from the outside on that opening lap. So let's pull up the timer here. And the green flag waves for the first of 10 laps here at Daytona. And he comes around turn 2 here, wiggling off the edge, trying to keep that car as smooth as he can. That first lap is a 45.951. He is about 4/10 off the fastest time, and I would say about 3/10 off probably the cutoff. So far, just getting in the groove. And the key to this is to hug that apron as much as you can around the entire racetrack to get the fastest times, at least in qualifying, because on race, well, we can't say race day because day is race day, when you get into the race, you got people around you, you got drafting partners, you got speed, you got momentum, and sometimes you got to go high, you got to go low, depending on who's leading. But in qualifying, it's all about riding that apron, and if you can hang on to the inside of it as best you can without catching the inside, you're going to find some really solid time there. As you see, Brian got the inside there, coming off a wide off of turn 2. Just barely got underneath the apron, I think, right there. Oh, Brian coming around. 45.804, still 0.2 off what I would consider to be around the cut line for those drivers that are watching. And I know I see everybody in the Discord having a panic. Everybody looking on. Brian got a really good run off of 2 there, holding the inside line. That's a lot better than the last couple of laps. Probably got a little more time in the car right there. Starting to find a little smoothness on the track, it looks like. A little less wiggle, a little more stick. So it's one of those things, if you haven't practiced, it is tough to do. As he said, a 45.835 that lap, so trying to find that sweet spot on the racetrack. Four laps remain. Right now, Brian sitting in the 45.8s. Gotta get that time down. He's been getting better and better in each corner, it looks like. Oh, went way outside of turn 2 right there and almost smacked the outside wall. Not something you want to see, and probably nothing he wanted to see either, but he's got himself regrouped. He's going to ride the outside line in 3 and 4. He's going to try to get some of that speed off the corner. All Brian needs to do is find that sweet spot and hug that apron all the way around the racetrack. If he can do that, he might be able to punch his ticket into the show. And people are making their presence known in the Twitch chat here. I see you guys in there. And look at that. That was a lot better as he hugged the apron that time and stayed low. Who said tap steering can't be good steering? One of the biggest challenges in Forza, if you don't have a wheel at these ovals, it does become a challenge for a lot of different people. ESV Bobberts, one of the best on the stick. And that's a better time by Brian, a 45.739, almost cracking inside the 6s. Looks like he might have found a little bit. Hugging that apron, getting a little smoother on it. That's the key to qualifying. Hugging the apron, staying by that yellow line all the way, even on the back straights. You don't want to get too wide off the turns. You don't want to be up against the wall in the straights. You just want to hug the apron and be as smooth as you can as a driver. And it is tough. It's not easy. You gotta really dial yourself in. Two laps to go. 45.844. So far, fastest clean time, according to the Forza ticker, 45.789. White flag this time. Final chance to set the fastest time. Can Brian punch his ticket into the 500? He's got a good run off of 2. Coming around for the final time. Can he get it? And he does not. So we're going to find out, did he make the show, as Bobberts is on call here, and I'm not sure if he has the list fully dialed in just yet. Just gonna put that in there. So tie was the cutoff. So the drivers that did not make today's race is RZX Blessed, Dalton, VNT Rosenquist, SSR Brian Flagg, and Mr. Twinned Goose. Those drivers are out. The remaining drivers are in Ranger, Culture, Kart Racer, Bobberts, USA MVP, LMP Amoeba, RZX JJ Red, Stonks, Riddle U, SSR Quinn, RZX Nix, LCR F1 Ben, UDP Jack Tador, Rebel Scum, RZX Cam Fan, ARC Samuel, MFT Wazowski, AMS Tsunami, King Cameron, Sparky Motors, and Ty. The drivers on call are the following. If one of these drivers do not make the race, RZX Blessed, Dalton, and Rozgus will be the first 3, then Brian, Flagg, and Twin Goose. So the first one on call is RZX Blessed, who is out of the show. Stay tuned for the MEA Daytona 500 coming up next in about 30 minutes as we prepare for one of the best spectacles in motorsports, the Daytona 500. I will be back here momentarily. Stay tuned for the upcoming 200 laps here. Okay. Welcome back to the MEA Daytona 500 here at Daytona International Speedway. I'm SSR Mayhem, and it's going to be a good time as we get the lineup squared off here. 22 drivers out of the 28 qualified made the show, and the starting lineup looks like this. It's going to be LMP Ranger on the front row with the fastest time of 45.583. JDMX Culture will start alongside him. Behind them in row number 2, it's Kart Racer. And someone dropped out again. It's Kart Racer and ESV Bobberts. Following them, it's USA MVP and the one and only LMP Amoeba. Following them, it's going to be RZX, last year's Daytona 500 champion, JJ Reds, and Stonks. Stonks. Where is Stonks? We're missing Stonks. We'll try to get Stonks in here, but... Sorry for that brief delay of getting the lineup ready. Just trying to get everybody in here that we can, and without Stonks here, it's going to be Riddle U. Following them is SSR Quinn and RZX Nix. Behind them in 11th and 12th, I don't know, am I wrong? Yeah. Is LCR F1 Ben and UDP Jack Tador. Rebel Scum will start in the 13th spot alongside RZX Cam. Fan 2403 will be in that 15th spot with ARC Samuel. It's going to be Wazowski, who is running a little bit behind, and AMS Tsunami, followed by King Cameron and Sparky Motors, and then Ty would round out the field. So we are just waiting as we have lost somebody. So we'll wait and see what happens. And I'll be right back. Stay tuned. So we are just waiting, I think, for two more drivers. So, we are still on standby. We do got a couple of drivers coming in a minute. So we will get going here soon. So we know that Wazowski's on the way. And with Stonks being out, RZX Blessed will make the show tonight. We'll start at the tail end of the field. All right, so in the meantime, let's see if we can get in talks with LMP Ranger before the start of this race, the pole sitter that had qualified with the top time. We do not want to kick Ranger. Let's talk to the pole sitter tonight and see if we can get a quick interview with him while we wait. And we'll see if he'll pop on in here with us. And we got the man, the myth, the legend. Excuse me for my rough noise there. And if Ranger, you don't mind hitting that audio for us so that everyone can hear you, tune in. All right, great. And Ranger, this is kind of a story for you, not just in the Daytona 500 as one of the biggest events for you here at MEA, but also in the NASCAR Cup Series. You've had a lot of success at these big oval tracks such as Daytona, and we've seen it before starting on the pole, but one of the big questions is tonight, what have you learned in the last few years that you can come into tonight? We know that you've had pace, you've had opportunities to win the race, you've been a pole sitter. It just doesn't always come together for you. What's it going to take for you to come out here and not just get the pole like you did tonight, but to try to finally steal one of these bad boys for yourself and be a Daytona 500 champion in MEA?
Well, it's going to take some good, clean racing. I got to, at some point, find somebody to hook up with because my teammates starting back in 6th, and I can't really drop back that far to then try to come back up through because it's going to be tough to do that. It's just hopefully staying clean, staying out of wrecks. Don't get hooked. You know, just don't fall back in the pack. It is one of the main things. If you can stay out front, you can do really good around here.
And you know, the other question that everyone's got for you, what is this 10% handicap going to do to the field for you and them personally, and what is the hookups looking like Over the course of time, we've seen a lot of more people getting better with the tandem drafting and the way that the force of physics work. It tends to be a factor. What is it going to be like for you out there tonight?
Well, the 10%, I think that means any run you get is going to be super important. You're just going to have to take it as it comes and try to keep every little bit of momentum you got. You know, it's going to be tough. If you have to back off for anything, it's going to take a little bit to get back up to speed, and that's going to hurt you in the long run. Yeah, everybody's really learned how to take care of the tandem drafting, so it's going to be super important to stay hooked up to somebody if you want to do good tonight.
Well, Ranger, we wish you the best of luck tonight. We do see the last competitor make his way in, or at least for the brief second, but we know that there's a lot of work yet to be done, a lot of racing still to come, so we wish you the best of luck tonight, Ranger, and maybe we'll get the chance to talk to you after the race, so good luck to you tonight.
I hope so. Thank you.
And that was LMP Ranger as he heads back to his respectful party and prepares for tonight's race. 200 laps here at Daytona, a lot of racing still to come, and I'm looking forward to it. Will we see a two-time winner between RZX JJ Reds and ESV Bobberts, or will another driver make their name engraved here in MEA as a Daytona 500 champion? Stay tuned as we get ready for 200 laps at Daytona International Speedway. So they're just getting their last preparations ready. We are waiting for MFT Wazowski. I'm not sure what happened to Wazowski here. We're going to try to get Wazowski in here. No, there's Wazowski. All right, so all right. We're getting ready. 200 laps here at Daytona International Speedway about to commence. 22 drivers punched their way into the 4th annual Daytona 500 here at MEA. 28 of them had qualified. One of the driver stonks did not ring the bell and it was removed from the race, though RZX Blessed has moved up as first reserve, and JJ Reds and Bobberts were waiting for those two marshals to ready up so we can go. And for all of you that have been watching since qualifying, thank you for being here, being in support of the MEA organization. If you're just tuning in, it's great to have you with us. And if you're a driver on track, we know that you're watching. 1 second, and we should be going here. So Bless lagged out. That's what I was getting in my ear. So we are just waiting for Blessed. And once Blessed gets in, we're going to get going. Bobberts is going to indicate us to go. It's going to be a lot of racing here tonight. And again, the 4th annual MEA Daytona 500, a big event. Wasn't heavily advertised this year, but we had the most signups, the most qualifiers. And I am just getting word that RZX Blessed has lagged out of both the game and the party. So a little bit of a delay here, not something that we haven't seen before at MEA. It's something that happens rather too often to my liking. But, you know, back in the day, and I say that as if I'm a 60-year-old man, but I'm not, but back in the day, in like 2008, 2019, when this game was constantly bugging out, we had events where we didn't start the race for over an hour. That only happened a couple of times in MEA's history. One of the most frustrating time frames of my entire life, I will say that. But it's I'm just glad we're not at that point anymore. We're at a point now where we can be more efficient with time. Forza servers don't always be kind to people. And we gotta hope that the Forza gods are gonna be nice to us or not. We just hope that they'll be kind. So once Bobbert's ready, it's up, we'll know that we're ready to go. Bless is ready up. So, and everybody else is ready up except for Bobberts. Bobberts, we need you to ready up, buddy. He is not probably hearing me, but if he is, we'll through all the precautions that come with it. There might be a glitch that the tune isn't coming up for Nick's. According to a lot of the lobby, he's the only one that doesn't have it on the car right now. Nick's did qualify early. He did paint his car today, so he might have used the new car without knowing that it wasn't on. And there it is. We're good to go. So we are ready to rock and roll. And we are ready to go. $200 laps of racing here at Daytona. So they're going to double up on the back straight. A lot of good drivers on the track tonight. And this is an exciting time. The build-up to a race. The build-up to everything that these drivers have done up to this point. So 22 drivers painted their cars, practiced all week, got through the qualifying, going for a spectacle event in MEA. The first 50 laps of this race are cautionless. We'll find out who's patient and who's not. Once lap 52 begins, the caution system will take in effect. Who's gonna be good with who? And I see that one of the cars did not load in for me. I think that's Kart Racer. He did do his paint, just so everyone's aware. It's been done. So it looks like he's just gonna have to ride a base scheme. Thanks, Forza, for screwing one of our drivers over, but that's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's the 4th annual MEA Daytona 500, and we are green at Daytona. And Ranger got real slow on the start there. And that gave JDMX Culture and Kart Racer the lead. And it looks like someone's falling off the pace. That's Rebel Scum. JDMX Culture leads the way with Kart Racer. Two guys that know a lot of things this racetrack, have a lot of chemistry, and were very fast in the Daytona race earlier this week, but Kart Racer dives down low. Not sure what had happened there. Very, very loose. And they are scrambling, and we just talked about it in the interview. Can Ranger do something early? And he's in a bad position already. And Ranger trying to get down low. So right now they're singling out solo file right here. Ranger has fallen all the way from 1st to 9th on the start of this one. Meanwhile, JDMX Culture and Kart Racer still lead with 2-car tandem right now, with Bobberts right behind them. So far, the front of the pack's feeling really good right now. Rebel Scum is the lone car way in the back of the pack, no friends. And right now, this is kind of the story. This is kind of the story if the 10% handicap would make these cars a little more competitive, as they're hugging that apron as much as they can right now. The 2021 MEA Daytona 500 champion, ESV Bobberts, running in that 3rd spot, trying to hang tight and hang on with these two drivers in front. And they are pitting now. And JDMX Culture and Kart Racer pitting early. Bobberts is now the race leader. Will that work out for them? It's MVP and JJ Reds, last year's Daytona 500 champion, in 3rd. They're going to try to lead a 3-car charge. In a battle for the race lead, it's MVP and JJ Reds to the outside of Bobberts. Bobberts all alone. He has no help coming out of turn 4. The drag race on the front straightaway. And MVP powers by Bobberts to take over the race lead. But just for the moment, it's SSR Quinn now getting in the mix. But they clear him in a big move by those two drivers of MVP and JJ Reds, and they are trying to rocket out to the front. The one thing about Daytona, it's a track that's made for drafting, and if you don't have friends out there, you could be a lonely duck. And right now, Bobberts is starting to lose the 2 leaders that got around him, but he's got a friend behind him, possibly SSR Quinn, who made a mistake on that run on the front straight. And those two are hooked up like glue right now. MVP, the race leader. We've seen 4 different leaders so far in this race within the first 8 laps. And MVP and JJ Reds, they know what it takes to win. They got to make it happen, and they got to make it stick. Right now, they are pushing, and they are pulling away from the field. And this duo might be something to keep an eye on, because right now the 2 drivers that went to pit road, JDMX Culture and Kart Racer, they did a little swappy swap there coming out of pit. JDMX Culture tends to like to push a little more than Kart Racer, so they flopped and are trying to make something work here, but it looks like we possibly have a lag out. We got a long wait. LCR F1 Ben, and Ben was having issues in qualifying. Tough break for F1 Ben. Very unfortunate. Fan as well. Fan looks like he had taken a pit stop, and he is a lone soldier out there right now. We'll go up through the field. We'll go on to ACR Samuel right now, running in the 11th spot, right behind RZX Nix. Or I'm sorry, that's RZX Cam in front. But how about this? AMS Tsunami running in that 12th spot with the Terry Labonte throwback. Kellogg's number 5 machine. And they're catching up to lap traffic right now. Let's hop on board. Let's get on the roof camera with JJ Reds. Let's see how it's handling out there right now. A little bumpy, a little wiggly. You see MVP letting JJ back in for the big push, the big run. And this is what you got to do if you want to win this race. You got to find a partner, you got to find a friend, you got to be solid, you got to be consistent, and you got to be smooth. You see the pack behind JJ Reds. It's 3rd through 7th right now. Bobberts goes to the outside, trying to let Quinn by. There's LMP Amoeba right now. And look at this. Bobberts has kind of put himself out to dry. LMP Amoeba, SSR Quinn going on by. Can Bobberts, and Bobberts squeezed the needle right there between Nix and Amoeba. What a great move by ESV Bobberts as they line up and try to make stuff happen. But that gave these two up front a chance to kind of get away a little more. Right now, nobody really knows where anybody's at on track. We got 40 laps still to go, caution free. That's Fan, first timer in the 500 here at MEA. And these two are just hooked up. I mean, they're hooked up. I love it. They're showing how good the tandem can be as they close in on Fan, who's just hanging out by himself out there. Let's go back to Rebel Scum. He was off the pace, still off the pace, but not out of it. Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is a long race. Even if you're not in the draft, things can happen. Right now, it is caution-free, but these drivers still have an opportunity to get back in the mix and not give up. So it's a hard time for these drivers early on, but I think Fan was trying to mimic what Kart Racer and Culture were doing, and I don't think he expected to be all by himself, since now the leaders are starting to catch up to Fan here. The 3-car draft between Bobberts, Quinn, and Amoeba starting to pull away from Nix, and I forget who was behind them there, but they're now pulling on them. We're going to stay on Fan here as he prepares to go a lap down in this one. And it looks like they're going to take the outside line to get around Fan here. And you can see the disadvantage of just being by yourself, no friends. Well, they're powering on by, no problems for them. And these three right here pushing one another. Ranger and Nix behind, 6th and 7th. So it comes down to right now who has the better drafting partner. Only one driver's out. That would be LCR F1 Ben with disconnect issues. But here's the difference between the front 2 drivers, the back 2 drivers, and these 3 right here. 2 drivers are literally nose to tail. These 3 are not. They're just keeping themselves in the draft. They're going to have a good straightaway speed, but not so much in the corners. They got to get closer, nose to tail, if they really want to make this 3-car draft work. Nix behind them pushing Ranger, and Ranger trying to get back to where he started. He started in first and immediately lost the lead in turns 1 and 2, but he got a good drafting partner right now in RZX Nixon. These 2 are hooked up pretty good right now and probably will have some momentum. Behind them, however, it's Riddle U, Jack Tador, and RZX Cam. These 3 drivers making things happen right now, working together, trying to keep each other in the mix. And it looks like Amoeba's gone wide. Oh, they are, because they're getting by Fan right now. So some issues right now for these 3 as Fan stays low. And Bobberts and Amoeba trying to get around. And this might be bad news bears for Bobberts, because he's going to need the draft from the 2 outside. And this is only bringing Ranger and Nix into the mix right now. And it's actually hurting them right now. They cannot find a way to get around, and it looks like Amoeba's had enough. And they're going to hold the inside line against Fan, and Fan's now in the draft, so he's up to speed, basically. But they're not going to keep him in. They want to go. And Bobberts, he's just trying to keep himself there so he can get on by. But what he's doing is really the opposite, I think, of what you want to do. If you want to get around that lap car, you got to stay with your drafting partners up high. And they're trying everything they can right now. Fan's just holding strong on the inside. But they're making it work. So Amoeba trying to get by, and he does, and he finally clears Fan, but Bobberts is all alone now with no help. And now Amoeba and Quinn running away. And Bobberts is out to dry, and Quinn and Amoeba, they're taking off. They're not waiting. Tough break for Bobberts there. And Nixon Ranger has pulled in Jack the Door, Riddle U, and Cam, who I think Cam's starting to fade in this group right now. He was hooked up with them and now is fading out. We pull up the race map, you can see where everybody is on the racetrack. Culture and Kart Race are still 19th and 20th as they close the door in on Rebel Scum. So Bobberts is going to link up with the lap down car. He's got no other choice right now. That actually helps Fan out more than anything, as now we got a 4-car draft here, 6th through 9th. But Tador is starting to lose the 3-car tandem. So they will probably link up with Cam, who's right behind. And Nix has been stuck to Ranger, but they haven't been pushing forward that well. Here comes Riddle U with a big shove to Nix. Green flag stops, starting up now. So that was RZX JJ Reds and RZX MVP. And actually, they're coming out right now. Let's hop on board because right now this is a battle for the race lead as Kart Racer and Culture are coming out. Oh my gosh. Please just, yep, okay, it is. It is what we thought it was as Rebel Scum gets on by. And they're going to have to hug that inside line. Here comes the battle for the race lead, and it's not even going to be contested. Kart Racer and Culture are going on by, and they're saying, see you later, alligator. As these two are starting to pick up on speed now. They're not too far behind. And now we see more drivers enter pit road. Nix, Riddle U, Wazowski, Ranger, King Cameron. So we're starting to see who's working with who. Bobberts, on the other hand, he's stuck with a lap car, but it's in his best interest to work with Fan. And Fan's probably saying, thank you very much. I needed some help. Because Fan's now contending in the back of the pack. Meanwhile, 8th and 9th are tagging up together, or it looks like a 3-car tandem here. And it is. It's Samuel, or I'm sorry, Tsunami. Wait, no, Blessed. I don't know. It looked like a 3-car. Samuel, Cam, and Tsunami were together. So we're starting to see everything kind of play out. SSR Quinn, current race leader, with LMP Amoeba pushing, as slow traffic has entered the racetrack. So the green flag cycle. And it looks like those 2 cars in front got up to speed, and Bobberts still pushing Fan. So those 2 will go in the pit road, and Bobberts is staying out. So Bobberts will now take over the race lead. So the 6th different leader in this race so far. car around. That's RZX Blessed. RZX Blessed is around. No caution, however. As Blessed is going to have to try to get back up to speed here. And he avoided getting into it with anybody else. Blessed was, I believe, inside the top 10. And Blessed getting back on the racetrack. Oh my. So Blessed getting the Disney scheme back up and running. Bobbert's still the race leader. So, and the rule is until lap 52, it is caution free through the whole thing. Bobberts now goes into pit road. Not sure how this is going to affect him. Kart Racer and Culture are moving. And back to the race lead. Well, actually, this is the first time for Kart Racer now, because they switched after pitting. So, Culture, new race leader. Bobberts is kind of a sitting duck, honestly, because he's got really no help. I think Amoeba and Quinn should be coming, but they're going to go by him. Bobberts is trying to get up to speed. I'm completely wrong. No, I'm not. They switched. And Bobberts just not fast enough to join the draft. And they'll get on by him. No problems there. But he did gain on them with the help of Fan. The lap down car just didn't have enough time to get a little closer to them. So now Bobberts is going to have to hope for a Hail Mary here, as he's got 3 cars coming behind him with Ranger Riddle, you and Nix. How about this guy right here, AMS Tsunami, making his first ever appearance in the 500. Did we lose someone? Oh, we lost RZX Blessed. So 20 cars remain on the racetrack. 2 of them, Blessed and F1 Ben, have lagged out. Both of those drivers did have issues again prior to the race of connection, so that isn't a huge surprise. Hopefully that will be the only drivers we lose throughout this race. But 20 cars still on the racetrack. Going back to what you're saying, AMS Tsunami currently in the 11th spot, his first ever Daytona 500 here at MEA. He's got RZX Nix right there with him, so he's not alone. Just needs to try to learn how to push and shove with each other. Sparky Motors, this would be his second Daytona 500, I do believe. Last year was battling up front, got into it with Miss Katie Cat late in the race, cost both of them their chances to win. Right behind them, first timers here at MEA, Ty and Wazowski working together. They're going to try to go to the outside of Sparky, it looks like. Sparky Motors goes to the outside. I think he's letting him through. Why would you let him through? Very interesting. Maybe he's trying to tag along the back of this group. So he'll get behind Wazowski. See if they can make something happen behind them. Fan. No longer alone. He's got King Cameron there after cycling pit stops. Let's go back to Jack. Ooh. Was in a 3-car draft, no longer with each other, and Samuel's in front, so you think Samuel probably should slow down a little bit. So Kart Racer, still your race leader, and they have pitted again. JJ Reds, your new race leader, another new race leader. So JJ Reds back to the lead with MVP. MVP with a little bit of a lag there on track. Wonder if these two will try to do a strategy to mimic what Kart Racer and Culture are doing. It doesn't look like it. They definitely are not doing it. You heard the little clutch kick there by JJ to keep MVP in the draft. They're catching up to Rebel Scum in the 20th spot. SSR Quinn pushing LMP Amoeba. So Rangers hooked up with Bobberts now. And Real You and Nix have been kind of left out to dry. So they caught up to Bobberts, and Bobberts slowed down for them. And now they are linked up. And they are pulling. And that's probably the best thing Bobberts and Ranger probably could see right now is those two guys with them. Pull up the race map. You can see the race leaders are getting close to passing up some lap traffic. RZX JJ Reds and RZX USA MVP. Rebel not going to make it hard on them. Lets them on through, no problem. So Rebel passing Fan's in the pits. King Cameron, who was with him, now out the drive. I mean, there is a Sparky Motors ahead though, but Sparky's being pulled by Wazowski right now. Ty here leading Wazowski. They're finally breaking, I think, the draft from Sparky. Well, maybe, I don't know. Looks maybe they're trying to keep him there. Oh, that might have not been a good move. Oh, but maybe it was. Wazowski threw himself right back in front of Ty, and that brought Sparky Motors in for a push. Possibly some strategy out there right now. I'm not sure what they're all doing. And these two are hooked up pretty good, but they got such a gap. Bobberts and Ranger, they're coming. And there we go. Now they're working. So they're learning as they're racing out there. At least Tsunami is. Tsunami's never done any sort of like real NASCAR racing on Forza. It's kind of out of his comfort zone, and he's learning as he's racing. So inside the top 10 right now, pretty good for the rookie. As chasing some dreams in a Daytona 500 here. And it's fun to see who's working with who because the game's NASCAR physics aren't great. The tandeming has to be in effect, and these drivers have figured out the tandem draft pretty good, honestly. So another 10 laps here now that these two have crossed the start-finish line. And once we get 10 more laps in, cautionless will no longer be cautionless. The caution system will be in effect. Or did I say the cautionless? Caution system will be in effect. You hear the clutch kicking by JJ. Sorry, guys. I thought I muted myself. I did not for that one. Fueled by haters. I don't know if anyone's reading the back of JJ's car, but it's letting you know. You know, I told MVP not long ago that he should, you know, do a Lightning McQueen scheme. He's very big on that Procore guard, though. These two are gluing really good. I mean, these two are really gelling nice. Let's go check out Kart Racer and Culture. They're getting through some traffic right now in this race. Could be a factor for them. Sparky Motors just set no friends out there today. I thought King Cameron would be there with him, but I think Cameron pitted. And look how smooth Culture is pushing Kart Racer right now. They're going to make light work of Sparky. And they did. They're closing in on Ty and Wazowski. Let's stay on board with this as they close the gap and see how this might play out. Because I don't see Ty and Wazowski giving up the inside. I see them holding the inside, making Kart Racer and JDMX Culture take the outside line. It's going to turn it into a possible battle for position. Now, I don't know how long these guys have on fuel and tire wear. Let's take a look at what everyone's got. So these two right here on the 60% marker. Wazowski is pushing 30%, so they might battle for a minute. Uh-oh. Ty hit the outside wall. And Ty has to give up the inside. Oh boy. And they're gonna power through. Powered through the middle, no problem for those two, as Ty and Wazowski was quick work and not what we really were expecting to see. At least I wasn't expecting it. Rebel goes to the outside, makes it easy for Bobberts and Ranger, who are really trying to gain, you know, on everybody here. I mean, they're not far behind Quinn and Amoeba, but gosh, the gap right now between them and JJ and MVP, and then not only that, I mean, you got Kart Racer and Culture out there just pushing the car. Tsunami and Cam are closing in on Fan here. And they didn't have a very good turn one entry. They lost each other pretty good there. And Tsunami and Cam switch. And so these two are, they're working. They're trying. Kind of the not thing you want to have happen right now as Kart Racer and Culture are coming. They might be working with them though right now as JJ Rez and MVP come out of the pits. So that would give up the lead to LMP Amoeba for the first time today. Amoeba's led. And Ranger and Bobberts, they're closing in on them. We've seen about 8 or 9 lead changes today, ladies and gentlemen. And a bunch of drivers go in the pit road. So now the caution system is in play, so drivers can call caution if they need to, if the caution is valid. Oh my, Cam lost the car coming off of the corner. Not what Tsunami needed from his partner. %, fuel still in the car for Amoeba and Quinn. Well, probably just Amoeba. And they're gonna go into pit road. So while they're pitting, Kart Racer and Culture are coming, and they're gonna comfortably take over this lead. Somebody's slow off to turn 4. That was Ty having issues. And Quinn and Amoeba coming out of the pits now. Very distant. Not have a good pit together. And Bobbers and Rangers might catch them here. They're gonna catch Quinn. Rangers slowing down. What is going on with LMP Ranger? Something's wrong with LMP Ranger. And a mechanical issue for LMP Ranger. And that's a huge loss. That's not a caution, though. So issues for LMP Ranger. And we just got word, mechanical issue from the pedals. Something's wrong with his pedals. He is driving on a wheel. Ranger having issues middle of the race. Ranger is out of harm's way, which is why the caution will not be called. I think Ranger's back up to speed, or at least he's trying. Ranger trying to get the car going. Not good for the 33 car. And you see he's messing with it, but nothing's getting this thing going. Hopefully he can get it figured out before this race is over with. Sparky Motors is around, but it was by himself. No caution. Caution has to be 2 cars to be called. JJ, Samuel, MVP. Oh, MVP and Samuel go around in turn 4. The caution will come out. Not sure what happened there. So not sure what had happened. Not sure what had happened, but that will bring the first caution out. So yeah, caution's out for the first time today. So with the caution now, pit road is closed. LMP Ranger still working on his pedals, so he's chilling on the back straight. So they'll go around one more time before pit road opens up. We got word that Ranger is moving. Yep, Ranger is moving again, but he is 4 laps down. A lot of racing still to go, but it's going to be a tough battle for Ranger now, as that's really going to cost him. So pit road will open this time, and then the lap down cars will try to get their laps back. So pit road is open, and these drivers that are a lap down can go get their laps back. And we'll be going green next time around for these drivers, but we'll see how this plays out. So about 5 cars were a lap down. A lot more than 5 cars, actually. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 cars were a lap down. Well, if you're Ranger, you're 4. So they will go around one more time. Pit road stays open. The lap down cars can continue to get their laps back. So 60 laps down, a lot still to go. The field is doubling back up. Some of the drivers stayed out. So LMP Amoeba will be leading us back to green. The 20 cars still remain on the racetrack, and we are back racing here at Daytona as the MEA Daytona 500 for the 4th time. Possibly again for the first time. Or can Bobbert or JJ make something happen? Amoeba leads us back to green here. And Bobbers gets the squeeze on by Quinn right there. They are pushing and shoving hard at the front. Oh man, they're pushing and shoving hard. Oh, Bobbers gets thrown to the inside. And Quinn gets held up to the outside of 1 and 2. Bobbers is going to squeeze back inside with Wazowski in 3rd, 4th. Kart Racer. Yeah, I believe that's JDMX Culture right behind them. So Bobbert's trying to link up with Amoeba. And Pack staying real. Staying nice and tight. And so the challenge right now for Kart Race and Culture is to try to really link up strong, and they want to stay this inside, but if they want to go, they're going to eventually have to go up high. And that's what they're trying to do right now, is trying to get that momentum so they can take a charge at it. So right now it's the calm before the storm. So Wazowski goes high, gets behind these two instead. So that's kind of a wild move. I just feel like he went on his own up there. And now Bobberts and Amoeba are going to be getting challenged here by Kart Racer and JD Max Culture for the race lead. And they got a nice run to the outside. We got a big run from the outside, actually. This is for the race lead right now. Side by side, 2x2. Bobberts and Amoeba, Kart Racer and Culture, duking it out for the race lead here in turns 3 and 4. A hard-fought battle here between these 4 drivers. Wazowski making it difficult for the 3 behind. This is a nice battle for the lead here. Bobberts and Amoeba, I think they figured something out. They're working together right now. Amoeba keeping them close, keeping the fight in. 2 of the biggest veterans in MEA NASCAR on the bottom. 2 of the newest MEA drivers in NASCAR on the outside. Friends and foes working together, but I think Bobberts and Amoeba got too distant from one another. Now Kart Racer and McCulture are going to have a nice run here to the outside. Whoa, whoa, and a big block to the outside. They do a little bit of a trickery right there. Wow. And they broke them up. He squeezed in, and they broke up the 2 fastest cars on the racetrack. I don't even know if that was choreographed or not, but wow. Oh, and a caution in the back of the straightaway. It's King Cameron, and EMS Tsunami is around, and the caution's going to come out. So the caution will come out for the 2nd time today. What a chain of events right there. Kart Racer takes over the race lead, however. So we'll see who goes in. Ranger's going around to get his laps back. And Kart Racer will stay out. Bobberts and Amoeba will go in. JJ Reds and MVP stay out. Another good duo in this race. So they will stay out for one more time. Ranger will be able to get back onto the lead lap. 20 drivers still laps to go. Sorry, 127 laps to go, my bad. Talk about that never give up attitude. You see Fan in the 6th spot here, and also Rebel Scum. These two drivers were, and obviously see for those two drivers who struggled early. So they should be doubling up this time. We should be going green once again. So we are going to be going back at it. Alright, so Jack got wrecked by Sparky Motors, so they'll go out one more time. So penalization for Sparky Motors under caution, turning around UDP Jack Cador. Or it might have been somebody else, I don't know. That's what I'm hearing though. So Sparky Motors has to go to the rear of the field. I don't know what's going on. RZX Cam is lagged out of the race under caution. Unfortunate for Cam. So unfortunately for Jack Cador, they've been spun out by Sparky Motors, cannot get their position back. Sparky has been penalized by the MEA officiating crew to go to the rear of the field. So For any circumstances, the driver must go to the tail end of the field. But if a driver has also been the part, that driver as well goes to the tail end of the field. So Sparky Motors penalized as we head into this restart. Back to the front. So that was the big one. A bunch of people were caught up in that accident. I don't know if I muted myself going through all that. I'm sorry if I was. But yeah, that was a big one. That was the big one. So let's see who survived and who gained, and ties up to fourth. Wazowski, King Cameron, Riddle U, JJ Red, Tsunami, Fan. Let's just hop on with Tsunami for this run. So they are doubling up. So we are going back to racing. Kart Racer leads the way. We're riding with Tsunami. turn 1. Oh, and another caution. He's coming out. Another big wreck. Somebody's slipping back there. Well, $120 laps to go, so we're oh man. I just totally dropped my controller. But that is 2 big cautions in a row. And I'm getting word. So, Jack Tador had sim damage on for this race, which we do not run in MEA NASCAR or any MEA NASCAR event due to how it slows everything down during the race. So there's a warning for the entire field to not pit under green or under caution when the pit road was not open at that time. So we're gonna try this again. I would like to believe that the field got that out of their system, but I don't know for sure. And I'm going to sit on somebody here to take us back to green from the back of the field. And here we go, back at it. Oh, another caution. Man, we need to get these guys going again. Well, we'll see what happens. That's the 3rd time in the row MEA officiating, so probably under surveillance. So I just got word that race control is opening up pit road this time for the drivers. There will be a cautionless run to lap 120. Once lap 121 begins, cautions will open back up. This is due to the consistent wrecking that is taking place. And hopefully drivers will start settling down a little bit. A lot of racing still to go. No reason to get aggressive. No reason to try to make some crazy moves. It's going to be interesting to see. So some of the drivers go into the pit road. Sparky Motors, Samuel, Rebels, Nix, Middle U, JG Reds, and MVP. So they're doubling back up. We're going to get these cars going again. Unfortunately, if we let the race continue the way it goes, and if it wouldn't clean itself up, we could be here a lot longer than we'd like to be, and we don't want to make anyone watching or the competitors that have to go through 7 hours of what could possibly be a wreck fest. We've been doing so good up to this point. Once the caution system opened up around lap 51, we'd seen our first caution on lap 58, and then we didn't see our next caution until lap, what was it, like 74, and now we've seen three big wrecks. So we are going to get these drivers moving and grooving again, and hopefully calm them down a little bit, make them think of what they're doing. So let's do this. Let's hop on the rear camera view of Kart Racer. You see 46 there. You see Bobberts in the 8. And here we go. We're back at it. Green flag is back out. And Culture able to squeeze on by Fan. Culture gaining in real fast to his buddy. Whoa! 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 Wow! Tsunami lagged, it looked like, and everything just went crazy there for half the field. Wow! Wow! That was bad. So Bobberts linked up with Wazowski there. That was that was so bad. The cars that we were sitting on just randomly flew. Wow. So yeah, we got confirmation that Tsunami lagged. A lot of racing to come. So talk about a crazy chain of events here, as it looks good for these two at least. I don't know, honestly, it's not. It's okay, now I know what's going on. So everybody's starting to link up with their partner now, and well, we still got 122 laps to go. Let's see where they're at here. So we're going to link up with Amoeba here, ride with them for a little bit. They're really gaining a lot of ground on Boberts and Wazowski here for 5th and 6th. It looks like MVP is going to take the front. Pretty much the calm before the storm still, but we've seen a little bit of the storm not long ago. We got a 3-car, well, 6-car battle, 3 different tandems. And they got an outside push right there. Amoeba and MVP trying to make the pass to the outside. Amoeba and MVP might have something here. This 3 tandem battle right now is starting to pick up. Boberts and Wazowski have closed in on Cameron and Fan. Fan at one point was a lap down this race all the way back in 19th. This was before all the disconnects up to this point. And they're bringing, it's going to be an interesting battle because MVP and Amoeba now are down to the inside. Fan and Cameron aren't really linked up. They're just using draft, but they're not clutch kicking, so they're going to be a little slower. Bowerts and Wazowski got a nice run on the outside, but Amoeba pushing MVP to the inside. And they come around turn 4. Whoa! And it separates all the drivers. Wow. Boberts got the worst end of that, but MVP not so much better. Might be a better duo. I don't know. This is where you kind of find out who your friends are and what you're made of, but it really dropped MVP and Boberts back. And Samuel and JJ Reds are on the way as well. And Amoeba's pretty much abandoned Wazowski. And it looks like Wazowski went to go pick up Bobberts. So MEA able to get by King Cameron. And Bobberts and Wazowski are back at it again. MVP pretty much left out to dry. Those drivers go down into the pits. Wazowski, for the first time today, will lead here at Daytona. So Wazowski and Bobberts pulling away. They're going to stay out again. Pull up the race map. It's been pretty spread out since the restart after the muffed lag situation with Tsunami. So I'm going to leave you guys with these three real quick. I'll be right back. Stay tuned. And we are back with me. I do apologize for the short delay. Had to check on my dog. She's roaming around. Kind of had to put her on the back burner this week. She's a little bit for this, but she's good. So as we are looking at the race map, you can still see where everyone is on track. Bauer to Wazowski still lead this one. You have JJ Reds and MVP working together with Samuel losing the draft there. Jack the Door being pushed by Real Rebel Scum, 6th and 7th. Sparky Motors right behind them. 9th and 10th will be RZX Nix and LMP Ranger, rounding out your top 10. So the field's pretty much doing what the field does. JDMX Culture still pushing Kart Racer as they are trying to get on by Ty, and I just don't get why Ty is letting them by. You're competing for a 500, not a league race, so you would think that Ty would maybe put a little bit of pressure on these guys, make them work, but doesn't look like that's the case. And that's giving Kart Racer and Culture everything they need. It's just everyone stay out of their way so they can run smooth, consistent times. A lot of racing still to go. Riddle U back there in 14th. Haven't talked much about Riddle U yet today. Pretty much alone. Just trying to hope for a miracle here. We still have 16 laps until the caution-free system goes away. SSR Quinn, another one that was, pretty good early on, working with Amoeba right now. They got AMS Tsunami in 15th, trying to pull him along. Fan and King Cameron still working together. Hear that Ford motor yelling. Tsunami goes into the pits. Where did Tsunami end up during the cycle? Coming out by himself. Has a couple coming. Not sure who though. Well, that's Kart Racer and JDMX Culture actually coming by. MFT Wazowski still leads this one. And they will go into pits now. That gives up the lead to MVP with JJ Reds pushing. MVP. You know, MVP would really love to win one of these things. He's had such bad luck in the MEA NASCAR Cup Series though this past season, and had a lot of opportunities to pick up race wins, just never had gotten the job done. Always something at the end, really making it pain for him. Car is around. That's RZX Nix. Not sure what had happened to him, but it's a cautionless run. And he's going to have to get that car going, and he does. Tough break for Nix. So drivers coming down in pit road for the pit cycle. Samuel will as well come into pit road. That'll give up the race lead to Kart Racer and JDMX Culture, unless they decide to pit here. SSR Quinn trying to get back on the lead lap. So Kart Racer and JDMX Culture have pretty much been the standard up to this point. JJ Reds has come out of the pits in front of USA MVP, who's got a big push by RZX Nix, their teammate, who was involved in an accident early on. Or earlier, just to say. And they have taken over position from Boberts and Wazowski, it looks like, at least from what I'm seeing here. And Boberts and Wazowski have been pretty good together throughout the majority of this race. And if you're just tuning in, this is the 4th annual MEA Daytona 500 here at Daytona International Speedway. It's been a really good battle so far. We watched Boberts and Wazowski fend off a lot, but right now they are losing ground to MVP and JJ Rez as Wazowski and Boberts work on the lap down car of RZX Nix. And you know, Boberts didn't have many friends early in this race. We watched LMP Ranger goes from 1st to 10th within the first lap, dropped out to the outside, gave Kart Racer and Culture the race lead. They took off ever since until a caution came out lap 58. Eventually, lap 74 would be the second caution in this race, but Boberts had finally found some friends out there. Wazowski has been his best option up to this point. And they are actually moving and grooving, doing a really good job working together with one another. All these drivers trying to be first-time MEA Daytona 500 champions. For others, like JJ Reds and Bobberts, they are going for their second MEA Daytona 500. But it's been a tough battle with these two men up front, JDMX Culture and Kart Racer. Kart Racer is the only car that never got loaded in, so he's running a Chase Elliott 24 Kelly Blue Book scheme. But these two have been lights out, and all the drivers knew coming in, Culture and Kart Racer would be the best duo on the track. However, when they battled with ESV Bobberts and LMP Amoeba earlier, they were going side by side for a huge portion, about 3-4 laps there. Could not get past them. And ever since Amoeba's and Bobbert's separation, it's the newcomer, MFT Wazowski, who's been kind of stellar right now. Bobberts has been working with him this entire second half of the race. Or I should say the last probably 30 laps. They've been a really good duo. And they are really gluing to one another. You know, this reminds me of the old Katie and Bobberts duo, how fast and how tough they were. But oh, and just like that, Wazowski gets thrown way up to the outside. Bobberts is going to lay off to give him some time to come down so they get back into the draft. That's Amos Tsunami in front of these four. But Wazowski and Bobberts are starting to reel in JJ and MVP. MVP who recently joined Reds Esports. Working together as RZX would love to get one of its drivers back into the winner's circle. Not just that, to defend RZX's 500. And if JJ can do it himself, go to back 500 wins. Tsunami now becoming a factor as JJ currently the race leader. And we've seen several different leaders today. Only 3 cautions. Tsunami is going to hold the inside line. We watched Tsunami have a major lag spike off of the current restart that we're under. And then magically the whole field just blew up into a big ball as they clear him without any concerns. So the caution system is opened back up. And we'll see how this plays out. Last time it took 8 laps. And I'm hearing that they're scared of going by Tsunami. I hear Race Control Bobberts talking to Wazowski here. And RZX Nix is out of the race now. We lost another driver. And they are trying to clear Tsunami, but they lost quite a bit of time. It took them a little bit longer to get by Tsunami than the other two did. And then the next two to come behind them is Fan and King Cameron. And they're also tagging along LMP Amoeba, the third car. Third car draft in this game is very good if you can make it work. It's actually really hard to do. The middle car has to do a lot of the work. I meant to go on Quinn because Quinn's actually going a lap down. Woo! And Quinn made it really difficult for these two to get by. Quinn, who had an unfortunate restart in this one. Quinn's always been known to be the driver to make it really difficult for everybody on track. So we had 4 disconnects up to this point. Now, if you're MEA Tsunami, you're playing on a hotspot that he's been able to race through the last 2 races at MEA. Where is Tsunami? Did I pass him up? There he is, Tsunami. He raced 2 times in MEA's Rallycross Nationals and MEA's Big 4 Championship. Won both of them, but was concerned with his connection tonight. Kind of the same situation for him. But RZX still leads with JJ Reds in front of his boy, MVP, and they're pitting. Let's see how this plays out. King Cameron and I believe Fan both came down the pit road as well. And there comes a bunch of cars. And what a good pit stop for these two. They come out together. Ranger and Rebel Scum. And what is this? I thought they were mixed up again. So these two are actually gaining on the 3-car battle in front of them. So we're going to hang on with them, see how this plays out. These two have been so phenomenal all race long. When you come here, you gotta watch out for Culture and Kart Racer. They are 2 of the best tandemers in this series, or I should say, on this track, because this isn't a series. And here they go. They're going to go to work now. They're going to have to go up high. 3 cars were going to hold the inside line. Samuel, Sparky Motors, and UDP Jack Tador. Not really tandeming. They're just kind of keeping each other in their draft. This is gonna be spicy. Can they get around, or is this gonna kind of slow them down? That's kind of the question mark. This could be a big challenge for these two. It's a lot harder to maintain a run on the outside here at Daytona. Can they get a run? They're trying. It's difficult. They also got Rebel in front, which can become a pick as well, depending on how this works. This is gonna get spicy. They get to the outside of UDP now. still battling it out here. They might have UDP though. They're slowly getting inches closer here. UDP's using the draft from Sparky to kind of keep momentum, but he's starting to lose those two. And Rebel now in front of the 3-car draft, so though Rebel's a lap down, he can maintain pace and stay with these guys. Pull up the race map. You can see where JJ and MVP are. They are way behind. They're gonna have to do a little bit more work here. I hope that these two get stuck out with these guys in front of them. Rebel gets up to the outside though. They're gonna have to go low behind Jack. Trying to use a little side draft there. Not really effective though. So Kart Racer and Culture are going to have to go back to work now because of all those events. Sparky Motors and Samuel were able to pull Jack back in. Kart Racer Culture going to try it again. I think they're going to have to get a lot closer to Jack, try to use some of that side draft to get alongside and kind of get a big run here. You know that these 3 cars aren't clutch kicking, so they're not keeping themselves within the bubble of drafting. Looks like that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get really close now. It's a lot of work, a lot of patience, a lot of hard work here. Samuel's doing everything he can to keep these 2 boys behind him. And these 2 drivers keeping them close. Jack the door there, just do everything they can to keep with the 2 in front, trying not to let Kart Racer and Culture to get on by them, but pit cycles are now taking effect here. They're starting to clear Jack. Sparky checks up, throws the block in the draft just a little bit there. They are working very hard right now to get by these 3. They finally cleared Jack. Sparky kicks out, trying to keep Jack with them. If you're just tuning in, this is the 4th annual MEA Daytona 500. You're tuning in live here at Daytona International Speedway. I'm SSR Mayhem. Glad to have you with us. We are watching an intense battle right now between 2 separate lines. To the best race, Sparky Motors goes around on the front straightaway. That's a 1 car. And that will keep it green. Sparky Motors is around though. You have to have 2 cars together. That separates Samuel and Jack Tador. And Culture and Kart Racer have a huge run on the outside and they're gonna clear them. Possibly. It's not over yet. Samuel brings Jack back in the mix, trying to maintain the inside together. Still battling side by side, going through the tri-oval. They're trying to clear, and they do. They finally cleared them. Kart Racer and Culture back on the move. What patience did these two guys have to get around those three drivers? Talk about a moment there, but LMP Ranger, I don't think will make it as easy. He'll also make them go to the outside and make them waste more time. And if we pull up the race map, we'll show you where the next pairing is. Right here, they still got a lot of catching up to do, but it's definitely man, there's a lot going on here. They got 4 cars back there in a group. That's Sparky Motors getting back on the racetrack after spinning out on the front straightaway. Bobbert's still pushing Wazowski. So Wazowski and Bobberts went into pit road. And here comes Culture and Kart Racer. And here comes JJ and MVP getting by Rebel as they try to clear Wazowski and Bobberts, who are just now coming out of pit road. Those two cars have to stay below the yellow line as they exit pit road. JJ and MVP able to get on by. And Samuel behind a lap car. No, yes, that is Ranger. The Lone Ranger out there right now. And, you know, we talked to him before the race, and now he's had really bad luck at this particular racetrack. He's always qualified really well here, but races have never came to him in the end. The result always has been the same, and it hasn't been good. And still running in the mid-pack right now, but he's a lap down. He's going to have to find some momentum and find some friend that will be willing to work with him, because it's just tough to watch somebody do so well so many times and they just struggle every time they're in this race. So just one of those things as Tador and Samuel go down into pit road. Got to clean up that car. Here goes RZX going by. They're going to be dealing with Sparky Motors here, who was in the midst of that battle, and then pretty much once Sparky went around by himself, that gave Kart and Culture the opportunity to get by the other two drivers that he was with. So tough break for Sparky Motors. And wow, JJ reacted very late, probably trying to see if he'd go up the racetrack, but he didn't. It's going to make MVP and them go to the outside, and this is actually wasting time. They want to clear Sparky as fast as they can, because the longer you are to the outside, the harder it is to gain time. They're just not close enough to get by Sparky. Still working on Sparky Motors. JJ Reds and USA MVP. Considerably the second best pairing on track right now to Kart and Culture. Bobberts and Wazowski doing a fantastic job as well, but they are a little bit too far behind at this point of the race. Still plenty of racing to go. We haven't seen a caution for about 50, 60 laps. And they finally cleared Sparky Motors so they can go back on their mission. And the race map shows it. Here's your race leaders. Here's Reds and MVP. And then Bobberts and Wazowski. Fan and Cameron. Jack and Samuel. And then Amoeba's by himself. Ranger, Sparky, Real Scum, Rebel Scum. I keep saying Real Scum for some reason. And SSR Quinn and Riddle U are working together. Ty is alone with Tsunami not too far behind. And that's... Actually, let's hop on with that because Fan is caught up to them with King Cameron. And we talked earlier about how Fan just, had to battle the adversity, guys, and how it's so difficult early in this race to be lost all by yourself. Kind of how Tsunami is right now. No friends, no help. Just trying to basically hope to get back on the lead lap. And he's in the top 10 and he's battling, and it's good to see. So never give up attitude right there. And Tsunami's just kind of sitting there, got milk. I never pay attention to the rear of the car as much as that camera angle. But gosh, kart racer and culture just on another level today. And they have nobody to worry about right now. It's just, it's kind of unfair when you think about it. That's not where I wanted to go. Bobberts is where I want to be. Just pushing Wazowski right now. What's going on here? Oh, they're still dealing with, how about this? Amoeba and Jack, both on the lead lap, getting pushed by lap down cars right now. No, they're not. No, he's... Okay, my bad. LMP Amoeba's getting pushed by Ty. But I don't know if they are going as fast. And it looks like Fan and King Cameron are going down in the pit road. So does LMP Amoeba. I think Amoeba's hoping that maybe he can get tagged along with these two drivers in pit road. It will be tough to do, however, because Ranger, though Ranger is his teammate, Ranger would not be able to link up whether he pitted or not pitted. So I think Amoeba's hoping for a little bit of a prayer right here. And RZXJJ Red still your race leader. Oh! An MVP and JJ Reds go around! Caution will come out! So the caution comes out. Pit road will be closed. Anyone that was in pit road during the caution will get to stay in it. Not sure what had happened, but possibly a lag from MVP. That's what it kind of looked like. So pit road will be closed. They'll go around another time before anything gets began, but that was a nice long run there for these drivers. It brings the field back together, and a lot will change now. What will happen? So pit road will be opening up this time by There's about, 6, 7 cars a lap down. So pit road will open up, and then pit road will, or lap cars will be able to get their laps back. So pit road opens up. So all the lap down drivers getting the lap back, and that just shows you how talented these drivers are. Not what I mean by lap down, I mean how good these guys up front have been all day long, and those long runs really show the speed difference on who's working together really well with who. Wazowski is still the race leader with Bobberts behind him, Kart Racer and Culture. This is going to be an interesting bout right here. These are the two pairings that I'm interested in seeing fight. We lost the RZX drivers for now, but a lot of racing still to go. JJ and MVP working really well. Well, don't count them out just yet. So pit road will open, or stay open, I should say. They'll go around one more time under caution. So any of the cars that were a lap down that gain their lap back will get an opportunity to also pit. How cool would it be for Wazowski to win his first ever MEA Daytona 500? Damn, somebody lagged out. Wazowski lagged out? And just like that, the commentator's curse came in, and Wazowski, I'm so sorry, Wazowski. I just said good things about you. So Wazowski is lagged out of this race, giving up the race lead to ESV Bobberts. And that is not what Bobberts wanted to see, because he has two drivers that have linked up so well in this race. And now Bobberts alone will have to take on Culture and Kart Racer with the hope that Samuel will work with him. But JJ Reds and MVP, they're actually in the mid still. They under caution with the lap down cars, and the pit cycle has them right there as well. So some of the cars that were a lap down went in the pit road. Wazowski is out of this race, ladies and gentlemen. I feel so bad. I just said, how cool would it be if Wazowski could win his first ever race in MEA in the 500? So this is going to be interesting. They're doubling up. I think Tsunami has some of the strongest hotspot I've ever seen, regardless. What if Tsunami wins this thing? But Bobberts will lead us back to the tri-oval. Bobberts, who's won this before. 51 laps remain. The MEA Daytona 500, the 4th annual time. Can Bobberts pull it off? We're back at it, and we're going green! see, 3 wide. And Ranger, yep, MVP, Ranger, Samuel. Kart Racer and Culture got hooked up. And Bobbert's going to have to throw some blocks here if he wants to stay in front, because these two are definitely going to work together to get by Bobbert's. Man, they pitched them up way to the outside. King Cameron had to hang on to that back there. I mean, they are duking it out in the mid-pack right now. And they are fighting every bit they can in the back of the pack right now. Oh, and around goes Kart Racer. So the caution does come out for that. Was tagged by JDMX Culture, which would bring out the caution. So they're going to slow this thing down. And we'll be going to another restart. So unfortunate for Kart Racer. So because that was immediate, they're gonna go back to green this time. Kart Racer will have to start at the tail end of the field. So this is really changing up. Bobberts is probably feeling good about himself right now, because those two are definitely the best pairing, and this is the first time tonight they're not going to be linked up. A lot of racing still to go, but do you think Culture will go back to pick up Kart Racer? I just don't think so. It's very tough with the Forza physics to get back through the field, and you saw how hard it was for them to deal with some slower traffic earlier. So Culture's going to be depending on Tador here. MVP, well, MVP lost his partner, so he's going to have to work with Bobberts, at least if they link up. So Bobberts will lead us back to green again. It's getting dicey, folks. But here we go. Back to the restart. And they are off. A good jump by MVP. He'll get in line. We'll hop on the mid-pack here. And they are really going at it right now in the midsection of the track. Or the middle of the pack, I should say. So we got, it's good right now. Who do you guys have? If you're watching the stream, get in the chat, let us know. Who do you got winning this thing? It's all bets off at this point. It's crunch time. Oh, buddy. Sparky almost got clipped around there. That was very close for the 44 driver. Sparky is basically pinching Sam really hard down there. Luckily, they didn't connect. Not sure if these two have a little beef. But how about this? We talked about it again. We'll do it. We'll go over it again. Fan in the top 5 now. Jack Tador pushing MVP. But this is what a lot of people don't know. Fan's actually a friend of Culture's. These two could work together to get around Bobberts. Will Fan work with Culture? I was actually trying to go to Tsunami, who's running 7th. He was, I believe, 13th on the restart. So Tsunami drops back to 9th, now loses 2 spots to Amoeba and King Cameron. We're getting to the closing stages of this race. Top 5 are still really tight. And they just got word that Riddle U has lagged out as well. Battle of the fittest, ladies and gentlemen. These 5 are not getting away from the pack. Actually, I didn't mean to go Sparky. I was trying to go to KJ here, who's leading this pack. A big run. So everyone looks like they're calm here. JJ is doing everything he can as they've linked back up with MVP. They just don't have the run on Jack. JJ got too pushy there to push MVP up to the wall. Behind them, 3-car draft. Cameron, Tsunami behind Amoeba. Lap 193 will be the cutoff for cautions. And Ty now disconnects out. Oh, I'm sorry. 2 people. Ty and Sparky Motors is out now. 14 cars on the track. So we're going to find out who's got what it takes. It looks like the RZX drivers have something going. Battling of the tandems right now. RZX MVP, RZX JJ Reds against Fan and Jack Tador for third, 4th, 5th, and 6th. They're trying everything they can. Oh, Fan gets clipped by Jack Tador. Caution will come out. Oh, and Jack's flipping down the front straightaway. Turning and barrel rolling over. And he finally plants nicely on the racetrack. And that'll close up shop at pit road. Wow. Tough break for the first timer here in the 500. So pit road will open up this time, and we will see what they do here. So, some of the drivers looking to risk it all here and take an early pit stop to try to go till the end, it looks like. Jack, Tsunami, and Samuel. Some probably believe they could make it to the end. Others probably know that it's too early to make that pit stop. We started with 22 drivers. We are down to 14 due to disconnect. So here we go as we ride along with SSR Quinn. Every driver in here but JJ and Bobberts have not won an MEA Daytona 500. Can there be a new one here today? Kart Racer with a big push. And wow, MVP with a monster push. The Bobberts off the line. Oh boy. Oh, me was flipping. Caution will come out. So that changes a lot too. I think the biggest winner out of that whole wreck, other than maybe JJ, is Tsunami, who just made that pit stop. Actually, UDP as well. And is ARC Samuel up there? Or did Samuel get caught up in that wreck? No, Samuel as well. So the three drivers that pitted before that restart gained a lot from that. So they'll go green this time. Kart Racer has not rebounded since the accident. So JDMX Culture still by himself up front. So we're gonna try this again, and looky, JJ behind MVP. Strategy, 30 laps to go. Whose strategy will outplay whose? And here we go. So Culture able to clear MVP pretty much. JJ's gonna try to give a hole, I think, to MVP here so they can get into a draft together. No, they don't. They get caught to the outside. Oh! big wreck. Wow. So due to the caution that had come out, and a lot of drivers were thrown into the pits because of that wreck, we're forcing all the drivers down into pit road. So pit road is busy right now, and someone's riding on top of another car coming out of pits. Big gainer LMP Ranger. So they're gonna go around one more time. So it'll be wherever Bobbers decides to go, but I would assume he'll probably take the inside line here. Who do you got to win this race? So can Bobbers fend off the field to gain a second championship, a second title to say, in the MEA Daytona 500? Can Tsunami Ranger ruin his day? Will JJ Reds go back-to-back championships in this event? King Cameron, Amoeba, MVP Samuel, all the way from Jack Tador to Kart Racer in the top 10. JDMX Culture behind him. All these drivers, Gwyn, Van, Scum, never won an MEA 500 before. But that might all end here today. Or not. It all comes down to these remaining laps. A lot still left to be told. A race that's been fine, but with a lot of grits and guts spilled on the track. It's Bobberts. It's Ranger. And Ranger, he hasn't had a great run today. This is probably a prayer for him, but we are back at it, and we're going to find out who's a champion. Oh, no! Oh, my God! Woo! And the whole field. And that changes everything again. So some aggressive pushing and shoving out there, and it looks like Amoeba and whoever else is pushing just kind of went and around JJ Reds had gone. Tsunami was up to third. He's falling back. King Cameron got a good deal out of it. All right, we're gonna get these drivers back at it. It's not the NASCAR Cup Series, this is the Daytona 500. Doesn't go along with our actual series, it's its own thing. These drivers gotta give it everything they got. There ain't no points on the line. There isn't no big old, well, we could've got them next week. It's now or never for these drivers, and they gotta give every bit of heart and soul out there right now. Little bumping, little banging. No one wants to intentionally wreck nobody, but the aggression level's up, and that's what you're seeing right now. And this is far from over, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you. As Dan's towing service said, welcome to Daytona. That is true. And if you're just tuning in, welcome to the 4th annual MEA Daytona 500. The closing stage is Bobberts, your race leader. We're back at it. Let's see this thing go some laps. Yeah, I'm hearing cautions out already. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That has happened. So the caution comes back out. Oh boy. 23 laps to go, and if you haven't been with us all race long, we've had a lot of green flag runs up to this point. We've had a 30-lap run, we had a 40-lap, 50-lap run, almost a 60-lap run. Well, somewhere between all those. We're finally getting to the late stages, and everyone's getting antsy. We started with 22 cars. We've lost a bunch due to disconnect, 14 still on the racetrack. And two champions, previous champions, still in the race with Bobberts and JJ, as the rest of the field tries to take them down. It's a gladiator battle out there right now, ladies and gentlemen. As we're gonna go back to green. Let's hop in the middle of the pack a little bit with JJ Reds. And here we go. And this time Bobberts takes the inside lane. Let's hop on the camera here, on the car camera with JJ. They made it past turns 1 and 2. Now the back straightaway, Tsunami is doing everything he can, and he's going to squeeze that gap. Kart Racer back to the front. I'm fearing a lag situation here. Ranger getting the push by Kart Racer, however. Ooh. Cameron almost got turned around there, but Fan laid off. These last 11 laps. Did I say 23 laps? Oh no, I'm right. 21 laps. For a minute there, I thought I said the wrong thing. We still got 21 laps to go. Oh, around a car goes. That will be a caution. So caution is out for JDMX Culture. Got turned around on the straight. So JDMX Culture around for the second time. So the gladiators are out, ladies and gentlemen. So Culture turned around in that one. We'll bring out the caution, obviously. The Mayhem in Mayhem's Endurance Racing Association and the MEA NASCAR Cup, or not the NASCAR Cup Series, the Daytona 500, excuse me. Being what the series is called. Well, the organization. And again, I'm SSR Mayhem. Welcome to our Daytona 500. I don't think anyone took the pit. Maybe someone did. Maybe Culture did. I don't know. We're not going to find out, though. So here we go. Scary times here if you're in the middle of the pack. If you're in the back, you can try to avoid it. If you're in the front, you're just hoping you don't get too much of a push, but we're back to green. Bobbers gets kicked out. Car Racer gets kicked out. 3 wide all around turns 1 and 2. Ranger's going to par to the race lead. Tsunami's around. And with that, new race leader, LMP Amoeba. Tsunami had gone around and wasn't clear. Oh, and Scum goes around as well. So they're going to go around again. So they're going to double up this time. LMP Ranger, your pole sitter. You know, LMP Ranger has gone through a long journey today, ladies and gentlemen. He started on the pole. He went from the 1st to 10th. He went from 1st to 10th to being 4 laps down at one point in this race with mechanical failure. His pedals were not working. And now he's on the race lead. So we had a long portion of this race where it was very racy, and the last 40 laps have been a gladiator battle out there. Well, if you're just tuning in, and I see Crow commenting there, you missed a lot of really good racing early on, but it's the end of the race. It's a Daytona 500. Everyone wants to win it here in the MEA Daytona 500. These drivers are starting to get antsy, starting to get fiery, not backing down, not taking more than given. And that's the way it's going to be for the rest of this race. Still 14 drivers on track. Tsunami, who had brought out the race caution. Can Ranger hold off the field? Ranger with the power move to the outside right before the caution got called. Oh, here we go. We are closing in on a cautionless run because lap 193 is the final lap to call a caution. And then it'll be green till the end. We're back racing here at Daytona. And Bobbers not able to close the inside line. As we hop on with 5th place driver, that's to start Quinn. Quinn hasn't really been a factor much in this race since early on. Bobbers, however, was able to close in front of King Cameron. And Bobbers now on the offensive end. Amoeba, the only car stuck to the outside. So they get the first lap in here. And how about this? JJ Reds, last year's Daytona 500 champion, now in the third spot. King Cameron gets caught to the outside with nowhere to go. Cameron's going from third. He's dropping all the way back to possibly outside the top 10. Cameron is now dropping down in front of Fan right there, so he's going to stay inside the top 10. Lucky for him, he didn't lose more positions right there because that could have been catastrophic if he wasn't able to find the hole. Now they're nose to tail, single file to the inside line on turns 3 and 4 now. SSR Quinn behind RZX JJ Reds. He's got MVP following. And here they go around the tri-oval. Oh, and around Bobbers goes! Bobbers is around, the caution will come out. So it's the caution out here at Daytona. The drivers will go around one more time. If you're just tuning in, you're at the closing stages of the 4th annual Daytona 500 here at MEA. Bobberts looked like a lag spike spin out, kind of like what happened with MVP earlier in the race. Is now to the tail of the field. A few laps to go until the caution-free system is in. Lap 193 is the last time a caution can be called. So JJ Reds trying to go for his second consecutive Daytona 500. Ranger, the pole sitter, trying to go for his first after having the pole. Ranger, JJ, MVP, Quinn. Quinn, who's been in the mix before in these races, has a good chance, but a very aggressive and defensive driver. And if you're Bobberts fans right now, you're probably fuming. But here we go. Ranger, JJ Reds. One's going for the first, the other one's going for his second. Green flag, and we are back racing at Daytona. And that inside line's got a huge run. A huge run. Very good run. But JJ never got off the line. RZX MVP running that second spot. JJ Reds and SSR Quinn kind of cut out to dry with LMP Ranger behind him. AMA Tsunami trying to get back in the fight as well. Bobbers down to the inside of Tsunami, trying to gain back those spots. So the inside line prevails again. It's very typical on Forza. And a huge run coming from JJ. They are now single file. 2 more laps to call caution here. Coming up. Game of patience right now. This is pretty much the time to start making your move. When will they? I see Kart Racer linking up with MVP at the front. Ranger might have to do some blocking. Oh, MVP got shot up to the outside. Kart Racer to the inside will take over the second spot. MVP stuck to the outside. He loses a couple more. And if you're Ranger right now, you got a friend. And he is right behind Kart Racer. And Kart Racer, without his partner, JDMX Culture. Culture's too far back. And so it's green to the end now. And this is where champions are made. Adversity. Everything on the line. Who will win the MEA Daytona 500? Here they come. And SSR Quinn and Bobberts trying to work in the back, but it looks like they're starting to lose the pack. 6 laps to go. JJ and MVP trying to line themselves up. And if you're Kart Racer, you're kind of a sitting duck. But he's not a sitting duck exactly yet. All he's got to do is try to get a run to the outside. I've seen it done before. It's not easy to do. But Ranger's all alone. He's too far out front. Kart Racer trying to get a big push by Amoeba here. Kart Racer knows he can't keep pushing Ranger. Amoeba not working with Kart Racer. And Kart Racer got pushed to the outside, but Amoeba's going to leave him high to dry. And Amoeba powers on by to push his teammate to the front and keep him up front. Meanwhile, it's MVP to the outside of Fan. RZX boys trying to make a pass to the outside. Going side by side in the tri-oval. It's game time, baby, and they're going to give everything they got. King Cameron right there behind this battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, but the RZX boys have to give way. What a teammate move by LMP Amoeba. You're not going to see that just anywhere. That was a teammate decision. Amoeba faked the push to Kart Racer and then immediately dived down to the inside to cover his buddy's tracks. Ranger's going for his first ever win in the MEA Daytona 500. RCX has fallen off the pack. Fan and Kart Racer are starting to get ahead of steam. These two know each other personally, so they're going to work together now. Not sure how good these two are. We haven't seen them all race long. Kart's best hope was culture. But the teammate decision to protect his buddy's place and to convince not just himself, but to give LMP a win. Ranger going for gold here. 3 laps to go. And Ranger, not done. Oh, wait a minute. Kart Ranger's got a big run to the inside. I'm even trying to go for the block. A power move by Kart Racer and Fan. And they're going to go after Ranger now. I'm even trying to do the teammate decision. He tried to throw the outside block. Just wasn't good enough. And now Ranger's under fire. Oh, no. Kart Racer goes around. Kart Racer goes around. Amoeba to the outside! And Ranger's all alone now! 1 lap to go! This time coming! What a storyline this would be! From pole to last, from 4 laps down back to the lead! 1 lap to go and Ranger leads the way at Daytona! Trying to challenge a Ranger. Final lap of the race. Right flag this time. Fan trying to get close enough to battle for position. Amoeba's going to let him loose and let Ranger fend for himself. Smart teammate decision. You didn't think Ranger could do it. He had problems with the pedals during the race early on. He went from 4 laps down to get back to the lead lap. He battled through all the adversity, battled through the pain. He's gonna be a Daytona 500 champion. LMP Ranger will win and break the curse at Daytona. Congratulations to LMP driver Ranger for his first ever win in the MEA Daytona 500. Congratulations. You deserved it, buddy. What a big, big finish there as Ranger was able to hang on and tough break for many other drivers that went to distance tonight and those that have tried so hard but were disconnected. What a race, what a finish. Stay tuned for the interview of our champion. Let's get Ranger in here. We'll try it. Maybe we'll do a top 5 interview as well. The only two that need flipped around, I believe, is Jack and King Cameron. So Cameron is actually in 6th, and Jack would be 7th. Let's actually get everybody in here in the top 5. And we'll get to talk to these drivers. So let's get them in here. Sorry, I was trying to see all who I needed to grab. And let's get him in here. Tough day for Kart Racer. He went around twice up front. And we need Quinn. And we need Fan. I think that would be our top 5. So, or I'm sorry, JJ. I don't know why I said Quinn. So we'll get them in here. But we are just missing JJ and Fan. And we'll just need JJ. And there we go. And for those that had just joined the broadcast party chat, please check off your party audio for me, please. It should be on. And we're going to start. We were originally just going to do the winner, but might as well keeping it tradition with how we do it at MEA. But first and foremost, the final results, as far as I'm concerned, are correct. The only 2 drivers that are wrong are 7th and 8th. We'll flip them around. But we're going to start with RZX JJ Reds, 5th place finisher, last year's Daytona 500 champion. Had opportunities today to win. Very hard-fought battle, but JJ, it just wasn't the day today. But you guys put yourself in good position late, and you guys had a chance, but it just seemed like those runs just weren't there, and you and MVP seem to be a pretty good duo today.
Yeah, no MVP for a long time. We know that our Daytona experience is something else compared to the whole competition of NASCAR. But yeah, no, on that last restart, kind of got screwed because we were lining up outside of the, I believe it was the 2nd row, and just could not get to the inside and fell all the way back outside top 5, or not top 5, top 10. And then a few cars started wrecking, and we made our way up to the front. I tried to push MVP up there as far as I could, but we ended up a little bit short. But I mean, top 5, I really wish we could have defended the title, but top 5's all right at the same time. Just a frustrating day and a long day.
Yeah, definitely. And, it was a long race, really hard fought, hard tune to get around with, but overall, it was great racing a lot during this race, and you guys performed at a very good level today. Nothing to be upset about overall, but we know that you guys wanted more. We know you wanted to defend your championship, and not just you personally, but for RZX as a team. But you guys came and you showed up really well, and you and MVP definitely hooked up. But I know that it's not the result you personally wanted, but a top 5 in the 500, and to make that 2 years in a row top 5, the consistency is there, and it shows that you know what you're doing. So you got to be proud of that.
Yeah, definitely. Not sure what we're gonna do for next year's 500 if we'll ever have it again, but yeah, no. Just a very long day. Culture and Kart were definitely the quickest duo out of everyone, but I knew that wasn't gonna let, me getting in the way, and so just getting linked up with MVP and just staying with him, and the cautions come out there at the end. I knew it was gonna happen. It happens every time we race at Daytona. Everyone just gets way too aggressive at the end. No one really leaves an inch within each other's bumpers. And yeah.
Well, nonetheless, JJ, though it wasn't the day you're looking for a top 5 finish, congratulations on a hard-fought run today, and hopefully next year we'll be back doing this again. Not sure if it's Forza 7 or if Forza 8 will have it for us, but then again, Forza 8's been pushed back for a while. But congratulations on a solid day.
Yep.
That was RZX JJ Red's 5th overall, and RZX USA MVP, running with a new team, no longer solo. MVP, you came in tonight, you ran really good race, you were really hooked up with JJ there, and you guys really made it work. I mean, take us from your point of view.
Yeah, we were consistent with each other. Obviously, we had a strategy coming in. Cautions did sort of throw us off, but me and JJ did agree. At one point, we went like super aggressive to get back on strategy. Like we had pitted with like 60% fuel still. So we were trying to be on strategy so we could for sure make it to the end. And then obviously, I know I've looked at the Discord people knowing that where everyone had to pit at the end sort of screwed up the strategy point of it, which I mean, I see the point because a lot of us saw what happened, but again, strategy wise, it sort of just screwed up the end of that race. But all in all, it was fun. It was super stressful because there was times I was in the back, I was in the front, I was with JJ, I was with someone else, and just being fourth, I'll take it.
And MVP, this has been a struggle. I wouldn't say this year, last year, and the NASCAR season specifically for you and MEA was kind of a thing that you wanted to put in the past. You had a lot of success, but your success was foreshadowed by just unfortunate circumstances on the racetrack. And you come into tonight, run some laps, led some laps. Your performance tonight was very good. I feel like you could feel really good about this one when you look back on it.
Most definitely. But all in all, very stressful last 30 laps, but I'll take fourth again.
Well, congratulations on fourth overall. We love having you here at MEA. We hope to see you back in future series, and obviously, hopefully, as long as this event keeps continuing, we hope to see you back as well. But congratulations on a hard-fought top 5, and we'll see you around very soon.
Thank you very much.
RZX USA MVP, ladies and gentlemen. We're so used to saying JJ. MVP, ladies and gentlemen, fourth overall. We're going to move up to LMP Amoeba. And Amoeba, what a night. Not much in the mix until late, but you did the teammate thing there. It looked like you faked kart racer to the outside to try to make the pass on your teammate, and then as soon as you got close enough, you made your decision, and it looked like the teammate moved there at the end.
Yeah, it was. I made that move last year, and as kart racer did, and I got left out to dry. So I know how it feels. I'm not too proud of the move, but I figured, no matter who I go with, I'm gonna end up second. So then obviously other things happened, and I ended up third. But yep, try and get a team win, but did all I could to get first, and just a little short again.
And we know that this type of racing is a big deal to you, and how hard you commit yourself and trying to make things happen. And how difficult was it for you the entire race? You had moments of glimmer, but for the most of the race, it seemed like it was really seldom and hard for you to get through the field.
Yeah, I spent a lot of the race just kind of not able to link up with someone or completely on my own. So then at the end, things got bunched up and got crazy. And yeah, I feel like everyone was at some point near the front and is just kind of shuffled out a decent way at the end. And luck that I didn't get spun or wreck anyone else. I feel like I didn't wreck anyone. That's my fault, and that's a huge accomplishment.
Well, nonetheless, we know how hard of a driver you are, and this is a race. I'm sure you wish you could get back in certain sections, but to get a teammate to the front, that's obviously a win in your books, and we know that you're going to come back stronger than ever. And we know that the journey is not done for you, especially between the MEA NASCAR Cup Series and this event itself, the Daytona 500. We know these are your two prime things here at MEA, so we look forward to seeing you back. And as always, you ran a heck of a race today, and congratulations on the top 3 podium.
Thanks. Yeah, congrats to all the top 5.
And that was LMP Amoeba, ladies and gentlemen, third overall. Then we're going to talk to the rookie, ladies and gentlemen. Last second entry, basically. Fan 2403. And Fan, you came in tonight with maybe not the biggest of expectations. Your goal was to make the 500. You made the 500. You were back in, 19th for a long time early in this race. Probably felt like you were never going to get back up to the front, but as the race got closer to the end, you were able to show your strengths, and not only that, work with somebody you know in kart racer, and there you were, top 2 finish. No way to really get around there at the end, but it was a heck of a journey for you today in your first event here in the MEA Daytona 500.
Yeah, couldn't ask for a better debut. Going in, especially last night, looking into some of the lap times, yeah, my goal was just to make the 500. I didn't even think I could be that competitive, but luckily was able to pull a lap and had, yeah, poor start, but I knew with pit strategy, I already had my pit stops down, and I knew as long as I could hit him, I could be in a good spot at the end. So ended up being in a good spot. Tried to work with Kart Racer a little bit, but I mean, it could have gone a little better, but overall, I will take a second place for first start.
You know, you come from that XRS group and another organization, and we know that Cart and Culture have been here for a little bit now. And you know, there was times of the race where when they split up, you were kind of there in the mix for both of them. Once for Culture, once for Cart. Did you feel like in those moments, like, okay, I know these are the guys I know I need to work with to try to make something happen? Did it ever cross your mind through that way, or were you just kind of like in the moment where I am is where I need to be, and I just need to work with whoever I can work with?
For a majority of the race, it was pretty much I'm on my own. Because right away, I mean, Hard Culture, they qualified 2-3, and I was all the way back at 16th. So I knew for sure first half I wasn't going to be able to work with them too often. But there at the end, we just kind of got mixed in together. And so I'm like, oh, okay. I know this will be the person that I'm most comfortable with. And it just turned out to be more luck there at the end, getting mixed in with each other.
Well, obviously this race has a little luck to it, but a lot of it comes with good decision making as well and being able to avoid the carnage. But you know, Fan, it was great having you today. We did, you know, it's kind of a surprise to see you at the end and do so well after. You know, there was like, I will be honest with you, personally, in the beginning of the race, I thought, okay, he's gonna be a top 20 guy maybe, and then obviously people started fading out because of disconnects, and then you were up there. You're in the top 10. Then you went to the top 5. And I'm like, at the end of the race, I'm starting to scream because I'm like, wow, look at all the different people that are up here. And you were one of them. But congratulations on a great debut. We hope to see you back here in MEA, whatever it is. And heck of a job today. Congratulations, second overall.
Thank you.
And that was Fan, ladies and gentlemen, Fan 2403 to be exact. Congratulations to him on his rookie debut. And it is about time to talk about the man of the hour, ladies and gentlemen. This guy has started on pole so many times in the MEA NASCAR Cup Series on tracks like this, has fell short so many times where there was a big accident at the end, a problem on the racetrack, lag outs. Today, he was 4 laps down, ladies and gentlemen, at one point of the race. It seemed to be almost hopeless, come to find out. Had some issues with the pedals, but Ranger, you got it fixed up, you got back to the front, and you are now the 4th MEA Daytona 500 champion. What a day it was for you. You got to feel stoked about that.
Hell of a way to win your first MEA event. Like, I don't think it could have been crazier. To only be able to go half throttle, have to reset your pedals, and then you have no force feedback for the rest of the race. It was something crazy.
I gotta ask, in that moment where because we saw you got slow and you're slowing down immensely on turns 1 and 2, you lost. I forget who you were running with
Bobberts.
at the time. Maybe Bobberts, yeah. And I heard him in my ear because obviously voice comms. You know, I don't have help. And then there you were at the end. Being able to contend, I mean, that had to feel good to be able to battle your way back up through the field. I mean, it had to feel at one point hopeless.
It really did. I was just praying for the cautions. That way I could get the wave rounds like I needed. And once I did, I was able to hook up with, I think it was RZX Nix, and we were able to put in some laps and finally make our way to the front. But yeah, it felt absolutely hopeless. At one point, I thought I had no chance at it. So it was a roller coaster of emotions today.
Well, we know how much you've worked so hard to get to this point, how close you've come in the past, and the fact of the matter is this might have been the hardest fought back to the front you've ever had to do.
Yes.
Because you were down so far, and some fortunate stuff happened middle of the race where the cautions were coming out. You're able to get some of your laps back, and then at the end you were there. I mean, just take us through how tough it was for you to get through, the field once you got back on the lead lap.
You couldn't really stick with anybody. If you got just a little bit off of them, it was almost done. Like you were losing the draft. So you had to be absolutely perfect the whole time. You had to have somebody that would work with you. So you had to sadly, you had to shuffle some people out of your line just to find somebody that you could work with, somebody that would actually go with you and run the way you wanted to. And you just had to slowly pick people off. Once you got to the front, you just had to get lucky on the restarts, and it, it was absolutely chaotic. I'm still in disbelief. I'm losing words.
Well, we know how much it's going to mean to you. I'm sure this one will last a long time, and a way to get your first win here at MEA. We really wish you the best. Congratulations, and a heck of a win today, Ranger. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That was LMP Ranger, ladies and gentlemen. First overall and his first ever win in MEA. Gets it done in the 4th annual MEA Daytona 500 as a champion and the 4th ever driver to do it. So we have not had back-to-back winners, never had two-time winners. So big day for Ranger. Once again, congratulations to him. Congratulations to all the other drivers and competitors that came in today. 28 drivers, 35 had actually signed up. Some of them had to miss, but 28 tried to make their way in. 22 made the stage, and Ranger prevailed in the end. Not only that, was the pole sitter. So congratulations to him. And thank you all who have been watching from noon this afternoon. It's been a nice 6-hour journey almost. So we've definitely put in a lot of time today. I want to thank all the staff members from MEA, all the people that put this together, all the drivers, and all the people that have watched to today's events. Again, I'm SSR Mayhem. Thank you for watching the 4th annual MEA Daytona 500. And there'll be a year from now where Ranger can defend his title. Congratulations to him, and we'll see you all next time. Thank you for watching.